Uh, just updated. Oh, I, Oh, 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 you know how they just bullshit. Congratulations, asshole. Oopsies.
Just neighborhoods freaking out.
Well, Merry Christmas. Usually, one day that I like, okay, like fucking amnesia. What about like making up like war stories, like fucking living out fucking Vietnam or some shit. Like level two. Okay, okay. And Oh, Wait, Come on. Not fucking funny. Wow.
Jack, you can't just sit there all day. Woe is me. Here. Want this? What? Maybe I could cut some of your fur off. Okay. Nope, that's not him. No. Can I brush you? Well, you did not like that. Ow! Fuck! The shit out of myself. Okay, we're getting up. Ugh. Here. Wait. Okay. Huh. Okay. He's not coming home anytime soon. I don't know what to tell you, dog. Apparently it's... Hey! Wondering where you've been. No, nothing that you have to check. It's nothing. It's just me. I miss you. Flav. My favorite person on the planet. I'm not supposed to trust you. My boyfriend wants to talk to you first. Which honestly probably scares me more than it scares you, so.
Will come into question. So stick around. I'm going to get to that in a second. You'll hear most of it, and then I'll ask you to weigh in on it. All right, let's get to what are we getting to? Traffic, CJD 800 Traffic Center. Lauren Glazer is there right now with a check on the roads this Monday afternoon. Lauren?
Good afternoon, Aaron. Looking at the westbound side of the Met, we do have a lot of off and on volume. It starts PNF running up to the DeCary interchange. Pretty slow drive also on the eastbound side of the T-Can, Chateau-Vaudreuil to the Latorte again between Côte-de-Liesse off and on to Papillon on the eastbound side of the Met. Pretty slow southbound 25, Sherbrooke to the tunnel. Difficult already for northbound DeCary its legs. Delays southbound DeCary from the top to Van Horn. Also pretty slow on the westbound side of the 20. Volume there before on Fernie Alfred to Norman. Looking for performance, safety, and reliability? The Mazda CX-5 and Mazda CX-30 would be your best picks according to Protégé Vu. Visit your Mazda dealer today. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800. Your next report, yeah?
All right, thank you, Lauren. Traffic is brought to you by Gibo Orange Julep. They're the restaurant up at the Cary Boulevard, the giant orange there. Yep, Montrealers love the poutine at Gibo Orange Julep as well. I'm going to end up saying Gibo, I know, even though I know it's Gibo. We had this discussion a week ago. I don't know why. So check it out. It is now open. That is the Big Orange, 7700 to Cary Boulevard for lunch, for dinner, for whatever you like. Just fun food and great food, too. Okay, look, thank you, by the way. This is a great part of doing this right off the top of the show, not necessarily going into an interview right away. I mentioned what we watched on Netflix, and I passed on a review. All of a sudden, I got a bunch of texts from people recommending stuff, which is great, because I never know. I don't know if you find yourself doing that. I never know what to watch. There's so much, like on Netflix specifically, you're scrolling through that I see that I don't even remember movies that I did watch. Like, I don't remember what they were called, which is embarrassing because then sometimes you'll watch something and realize 10 minutes in, oh yeah, I saw this. So, thank you. A couple of recommendations. Aaron, if you haven't seen The Gentleman on Netflix, great watching. Someone else, Louder Milk. You'll laugh through the whole series, which sounds great. Another one called Baby Reindeer that I've never heard of. And another one called Hey Aaron, try Fallout on Amazon Prime. So thank you. 4 suggestions right there, which is exactly what you need. So again, that's The Gentleman, Louder Milk, Baby Reindeer, and Fallout. A couple of things you might want to check out if you're streaming, if you have streaming. All right, so let's get to it. As I said, a little different today to start the show, although it will end up with a question, but I wouldn't have expected this, or I wasn't going to do this until I saw this Friday night. So American comedian and TV host Bill Maher spent almost 10 minutes on Friday night letting his American audience, primarily American audience, big English, who, like most Americans, as you know very little about Canada, besides the fact that it's cold here in the winter, we play hockey, eat maple syrup, and are generally more polite than they are, that not everything in this country is as perfect as it seems. Because when you look at the facts and not our reputation, or at least what our reputation used to be, Canada's shine wears off pretty quickly. Here's some of Bill Maher's take.
If we want to save our country, we should follow the advice good liberals have given for decades and learn from other countries, especially those beacons of progressivism like Canada, England, and Scandinavia. And I agree we should, as long as we're honest about the lessons we're learning, and as long as we're up to date on the current data, such as the unemployment rate in the U.S. is 3.8%, and in Canada it's 6.1%. And of the 15 North American cities with the worst air pollution, 14 are in Canada. I'm not citing these stats because I have it out for Canada. I love Canada and its people and always have. But I hate zombie lies. That's when things change, but what people say about them doesn't. Yes, for decades, places like Vancouver and Amsterdam and Stockholm seemed idyllic because everything was free and all the energy we needed was produced by riding a bike to your job at the window. Canada was where all the treasured goals of liberalism worked perfectly. It was like NPR come to life, but with poutine. Canada was the Statue of Liberty with a low-maintenance haircut and cross-country skis, a giant idealized blue state with single-payer health care, gun control, and abortion on polite demand. Canada was where every woke white college kid wearing pajama pants outdoors who had it up to here with America's racist patriarchy dreamt of living someday. There's only one problem with thinking everything's better in Canada. It's not. Not anymore, anyway. Last year, Canada added 1.3 million people, which is a lot in 1 year, the equivalent of the U.S. adding 11 million migrants in 1 year. And now they're experiencing a housing crisis even worse than ours. And the median price of a home here is $346,000. In Canada, converted to U.S. dollars, it's $487,000. If Barbie moved to Winnipeg, she wouldn't be able to afford her dream house, and Ken would be working at Tim Hortons. And because of mortgage debt, Canada has the highest debt to GDP ratio of any G7 nation. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. So does their vaunted healthcare system, which ranks dead last among high-income countries in access to primary healthcare and ability to see a doctor in a day or two. And it's not for lack of spending. Of the 30 countries with universal coverage, Canada spends over 13% of its economy on it, which is a lot of money for free health care. Look, I'm not saying Canada still isn't a great country. It is, but those aren't paradise numbers. If Canada was an apartment, the lead feature might be America adjacent. And again, honestly, Canada, I'm not saying any of this because I don't because I've always enjoyed you. But I need to cite you as a cautionary tale to help my country. And the moral of that tale is, yes, you can move too far left. And when you do, you wind up pushing the people in the middle to the right. At its worst, Canada is what American voters think happens when there's no one putting a check on extreme wokeness. They They say in politics, liberals are the gas pedal and conservatives are the brakes. And I'm generally with the gas pedal, but not if we're driving off a cliff. So too with all the other good place countries in direct opposition to America's choice to affirm children's wishes on switching gender, no matter the age or psychiatric history. The far left, which always like to use, well, Europe does it. Yeah, no, that doesn't work on this one anymore. Or on immigration. Sweden opened its borders to over 1.5 million immigrants since 2010, and now 20% of its citizens are foreign-born, and its education system is tanking, and it has Europe's highest rate of gangland killings. And one result is that the far-right parties are in the government now there for the first time. To which liberals say blaming immigrants for the rising crime rate is racist. Yeah, but is it true? Of course it's true. It's not a coincidence the quality of life went down after the Somali gangs started a drug turf war using hand grenades. Calling it racist doesn't solve the problem. It hands future elections to someone who will solve the problem and who, I promise, you're not going to like.
Okay. Part of, not all, part of what Maher had to say. I will tell you right at the end that you're not going to like, if you're wondering, he showed a picture right at the end of Donald Trump. The idea being that, if America reacts the same way, this is who they will end up with as president. But it's hard not to listen to that and think about Canada, right, from our perspective. Someone just sent a text saying, I think he's spot on. We have to wake up. Look, I don't want to make this political. That's not my intention here. And I don't think it was his either. He's talking about liberalism or progressivism as
Like, that's
theories,
the conversation
not as
topic
political
is
parties.
politics. Like,
My
you guys
question
talk
to you
about
is, having heard
politicians, so yeah.
I thought to myself, has
It's a
Canada
political
really
topic.
changed that much over the last 10 or 15 years? Or has this been happening more gradually and we were just paying attention? Isn't Canada still the greatest place in the world to live?
Yep.
And is an American calling on Canada's social programs really more like the pot calling the kettle black? When you consider, for example, when it comes to our healthcare system, right, the free system that we pay for, the average hospital cost in the U.S. is $2,883. But the average stay in the hospital there is 4.5 days, which comes to $12,974 U.S. or about 17,500 Canadian. So is it really fair to compare ours with theirs? My question to you, what do you think of the comments? Do you agree? Do you agree to a point? Are his criticisms fair? Would you rather be living here or in the U.S.? After having taken all that into consideration, what do you think of those comments? Which basically say in Canada, we used to look at you, look up to you. Now,
No.
you've gone too far, call it whatever you want, too far left, too far woke. Agree or disagree? 790-0800, 514-800 for your text when we come back.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. If your mattress is to blame for those sleepless nights, talk to a sleep expert, because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The time to switch event is on now.
Hello, I'm Richard McCormick, CIBC, and these are my two partners, Nicholas Consis and Giancarlo Cataldo. We've expanded to meet the growing needs of families like yours. Together, we have an investment group. Now I have two little boys. Gentlemen, you guys are building families. Nicholas, what are your concerns as you think about your family's future?
It's about planning ahead. My wife and I discuss it all the time. It's important to me, after 15 years in the business, that other young families have some greater financial knowledge.
Giancarlo, what about you?
Well, when it comes to raising our daughter, my wife and I want to make sure that she has what she needs to make her hopes and dreams come true. I want to help our clients achieve the same.
Your family's future is safe with us. That's Nicholas Consis and Giancarlo Cataldo, and I'm Richard Point. We are the Point Investment Group. Now we can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
Hi, do you have guided tours today?
Sì, ma certo. We have today at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30.
Imagine having Europe all to yourself during the Air Transat all-season promo. Book your flights to Europe starting at $699 at airtransat.com. Conditions apply. Air Transat. Travel moves us.
People often wonder why Truck Month is the perfect time to buy, say, a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Well, if it were Barbecue Month, it'd be the perfect time to buy a barbecue. If it were Adopt a Kitten Month, it'd be the perfect time to adopt a kitten. And if it were Install Flashing Neon Lights Under Your Car Doors Month, well, you'd probably pass. During GMC Truck Month, get a $6,500 cash purchase credit on selected 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 models. Conditions apply. Details at gmcoffers.ca.
My new exercise bike? More like my $1,500 coat rack. At Babbel, we get it. Learning something new is hard, especially a new language.
I've forgotten all my high school French.
Make it easy on yourself with Babbel. In just 10 minutes a day with fun games, immersive podcasts, and live online classes, you can start having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Bonjour, les Français.
It starts here. Go to babbel.com/radio to get up to 55% off your subscription. That's BABBEL.com/radio.
Tonight on CTV News.
Author Gwyn Dyer offers life-saving ideas from the brink of climate catastrophe. And if that's too depressing, how about some donuts? Those stories and more at 6 o'clock on CTV News and CJAD.
When renovating, you want peace of mind. Call Renofco, winner Consumer's Choice Award and West Island Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Business category. Renofco.com, 514-856-9993.
When there's always lots to talk about, this is the place to have your say. Montreal Now. CJAD 800.
Welcome back. I'm asking you what you think of Bill Maher's comments with respect to Canada, for all intents and purposes, suggesting, hey, you know what, maybe we used to be a pretty cool place, a model for other countries,
Not a movie.
but not anymore. He gives a few examples. He talks about the cost of housing, unemployment, immigration. By the way, with respect to 14 of the 15 cities with the most pollution in North America, he cites them being in Canada. I think it's important, obviously, as some of you pointed out, to remember that wildfires were an issue here and still continue to be in terms of air quality. So that's not really a fair comparison. I think for the most part, you'll find Canadian cities do much better in that category than any major American cities. But that aside, healthcare, again, I'm going to say our free, our social medicine, our social healthcare system, you know, that we vaunt, that is vaunted rather, but we know the situation. You can't get family doctor, you have to wait too long, you know what's happening in hospitals, we hear those terrible stories. Again, I point out that if you want to compare that to what's going on in the U.S., you can go bankrupt getting treatment in a hospital in America. That can't happen in Canada. I'm not sure that's fair either. But I want to know overall, what do you think? And a lot of you just simply say you think he's right. Let me take one quick call before we go to news. Nick, what do you think?
Hey there, how are you?
Good, thanks.
All right, so quickly, he's spot on. Immigration policy has gotten out of hand. We have to take up to Poland. We have to become much more selective in who we allow into this country. He's absolutely right about Sweden. Home prices, in my opinion, you know what my opinion is, let the market decide. The government, there is no such thing as free health care. There is no such thing. We are taxed to the gills. We do need to bring stuff down in prices. We do need to control social spending. Justin Trudeau just gives money away. And I'm going to end with this. Unfortunately, the extreme right, and I'm a conservative. I'm an open conservative. I believe in women's choice. I'm anti-gun. But we've done so much to the left that the extreme right will win to bring us just to the middle, to the center. And that's the scary part.
Yeah, that's in essence what he said. Nick, I thank you for the call. In their case, it's bringing someone like Donald Trump back to power. What about you? Do you agree with those comments? Has Canada changed that much over the last 10, 15 years that we no longer can be looked up to by the rest of the world as a model for liberalism, for progressivism? Your calls, your texts right after news.
Good afternoon. It's 2:31. I'm Jason Maher for this TV news update. Here's what's making news right now. A new center is open for parents of hospitalized premature babies. It's a less than 10-minute walk from the Maisonneuve-Rosemont Hospital and can accommodate 3 families at a time. Parents will have to pay $10 a night and can stay as long as their baby is in the hospital. Ottawa is doubling its investment to train urban firefighters to battle wildfires. The Natural Resources Minister says about 1 in 10 Canadians now live in areas near combustible forests, and the latest forecast suggests we could be in for a repeat of last year's record-breaking wildfire season. Donald Trump's hush money trial began this morning in New York. The judge denied the defense request to recuse himself from the case and ruled the prosecutors could not play the 2005 Access Hollywood recording in which Trump was captured discussing grabbing women sexually. For the latest from the CJ 8800 Traffic Center, here's Lauren Glazer.
Pretty slow drying down northbound 13, starting before the T-Cam revved up the Samson. We did have an earlier stall through the area. Southbound 13 delays there between WS and Auto Route 20. On the westbound side of the 20, it's a slow drive as well before Ungrio now running up to Norman. Northbound the Carry, volume 2, Sherbrooke up to the top, delays southbound the Carry to the top of Queen Mary. Pumping on volume westbound side of the Met between VO and the Carry interchange. Also delays on the eastbound side of the T-Cam. Starting Chanto goes right to the Elite Again, off and on between totally yes and topping on the eastbound side of the Met. During GMC Truck Month, enjoy amazing offers on the 2024 CR 1500. Visit gmcoffers.ca for details. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJ 8800. Your next report at 2:45.
The Geopolitical Weather Center forecast a mix of sun and clouds today, the high 14, partly cloudy with a chance of showers this evening, the low +4, and a mix of sun and clouds tomorrow, the high 12. It's 12 degrees in town. Your next CTV News update is at 3 o'clock.
This newscast brought to you by the More for Less sale at Geopolitical. Take advantage of their instant rebates on LG appliances and live your dreams even more for a whole lot less. Geopolitical. Whether you're renting out a downtown condo, a cottage, or an ancestral home, in Quebec, no matter what kind of rental property you have, a registration number is mandatory. Be sure to get your number, include it wherever your property is listed, online or off, and make sure your registration certificate is clearly in public view. It's the law. Learn more at quebec.ca/hébergement touristique. A message from the gouvernement de Québec.
Install water meters, charging stations. That's how we roll. Get it done. Get it done as in
Why are you so pretty?
we install, we remove, we screw in, we strengthen, we measure, we level, we pet your dog because he's so cute. We unplug, we reconnect, we assemble, we calibrate, we adjust, we test, we fasten, we pick up, and we only leave once all the work is done. Hydro Solution. We rent, we sell, we install. We get it done. All of it.
The experts at Protégé Boo tested the Mazda CX-5 and CX-30 out on the roads of Quebec in good weather and not so good weather. And they were impressed. So much so, they named the Mazda CX-5 and the Mazda CX-30 best pick in their categories. Looking for performance, refinement, safety, or reliability? Protégé Boo's best picks are now available at your nearest Mazda dealer. At Dorme Boo, we're dedicated to building a better future. For years, we've proudly offered EcoPlus delivery, helping the fight against climate change. Not only do we deliver your new mattress and base, we also collect and responsibly recycle or donate your old ones. In the past 20 years, we've diverted over 2.9 million mattresses from landfills. And now, in partnership with Veritree, every EcoPlus delivery plants a verified tree on your behalf. Dorme Boo, committed to making a positive impact on the planet.
Are you tired of stubbing your toe on your sinking walkway or cool patio? No need to replace it. Lift it. Acton offers free evaluations and financing to fit your budget. Acton.ca, the concrete and foundation specialists. Call Acton for action.
It's a Honda.
Barbecue. When your Honda Civic comes with a standard remote car starter, it's the surefire way to start your car from afar.
So what happened to your eyebrows?
Eyebrows? What eyebrows? With lots of standard features plus legendary reliability, the Honda Civic has it all. And during the Honda All the Way event, lease the 2024 Civic sedan for only 4.99% for up to 30 months. It's a Honda. On approved credit, details at honda.ca.
Wednesday on CTV, there's a new panelist on The Masked Singer. That was incredible. And all new secret superstars.
Behind the mask.
Get into a new episode of The Masked Singer, Wednesday at 8, only on CTV.
Last year, Canada added 1.3 million people, which is a lot in 1 year, the equivalent of the U.S. adding 11 million migrants in 1 year. And now they're experiencing a housing crisis even worse than ours. The median price of a home here is $346,000. In Canada, converted to U.S. dollars, it's $487,000. If Barbie moved to Winnipeg, she wouldn't be able to afford her dream house, and Ken would be working at Geopolitical.
Part of Bill Maher's take on Canada. Again, part of that, he mentioned Sweden there, I think Norway as well. Countries that we used to look to in the past and think, wow, they're doing everything right, certainly as Americans, I guess. Look at what they're doing and look at what we have in America. And now this is the tables have turned, suggesting that you heard there about our unemployment rate, our housing crisis, immigration, and a lot of other things. And you can take umbrage with, as I said, the healthcare story. He suggested Canada pays 13% of its budget every year spends on free healthcare. The idea being you're all paying for it, but it's free. But I would take that any day over what they have in the U.S. We're going to a hospital for a day for a minor injury. We'll give you a $5,000 or $10,000 bill. Would you really rather have that than what we have here, even if our system is far from perfect? My answer is yes. I'm curious what you think. By the way, this text that says, it's sad that our country has become a warning story or a cautionary tale, as he said, to others. Shame on our government for turning us into an international joke. What do you think? 790-0800, 51400 for your text. Let me go here down to Matthew. Matthew, what do you think?
I think the war is a joke. Honestly, I never researched anything like that. Just I think we're the ground fighter.
Okay, well, with all due respect, the figures cited are from Canadian data, by the way. They're on the graphics during the show, so they're not made up. Those are real. You can have you can have an argument, I guess, if you want, over the pollution, because, as I said, a lot of that has to do with Canadian wildfires, so that's not fair to bring up necessarily. To say every year we have the worst pollution. We had it because of those wildfires. Stan, what about you? What do you think?
You said that you're in the hospital, you have to pay whatever, $100 a day. Yeah. But don't forget, most people in the U.S. have insurance through their employment.
No, most people actually don't have insurance in the U.S. There are people who do, but most American citizens do not. So it costs you money unless you're lucky enough to have insurance and are able to pay for it. So we need to make that distinction.
But there are special hospitals and doctors for those who can't afford it. Also, there's Medicare just that we have over 65. Yeah. And also, talking about the population in Canada, I don't believe that we should count temporary foreign workers as part of the population. We should only count permanent residents. I think that's a misnomer. Also, getting about 1.2 million added to Canada.
So figures aside, I think this is more general than anything else. Do you put any credence in what you said, or are you kind of just dismissing this because the numbers are being fudged in your opinion?
Some of it is true, some of it is not. But I mean, a lot of it has to be looked on. As I say, the devil is the details. So I think he made some good points, but I think I don't know why he's trying to do that right now. I don't know if he's trying to say that Canada is a better country than
No. I think what he's trying to say is that America, look at what's going on in these other countries, Canada among them. Consider, I think that part right at the end tells you everything you need to know about what he's trying to say. He says this push to the left, to liberalism. He talked about transgender and acceptance of transgender rights, etc. That's going to push people in the middle. So if you're not on the left or on the right, you're in the middle, right? You're undecided. That kind of stuff will push people in the middle to the far right. And then, in the case of the U.S., that's his audience, you end up with someone no one's going to like. And he's talking, of course, at that point, to show the graphic of Donald Trump. That's the reference there. Santa, thank you for the call. Angela, what do you think?
Well, I listened to, first of all, thank you for putting him on the air because, you're one of the few people I listen to on mainstream that I love to advise some folk before. So I'm running, I filed an application to run for the Conservative Party for Ron Day in the next election. Just
Congrats, bro.
I have a system in place. I'm working hard to work with it because, listen, I had an operation. I had to go to a private clinic. It was either wait 2 years and out of work, and I have 2 children, or pay the $8,000. So basically, I'm paying taxes to have, a public system. And I
doesn't actually figure it, yeah.
So I'm paying,
well, let's see what our costs.
This is
What am I paying for the cops for? Like to do the cat and mouse game? Fuck that.
It is not a perfect system by any stretch of the
Literally just
imagination,
sitting there
but
minding
if
my
I
own
gave you the
business.
alternative,
So,
I'm
like,
sorry,
fuck off. Like,
you had to
aren't
go
you
to the
doing
private
something
system
over
to
there?
get money out
Like,
of your
you
pocket.
fucking
That's
really
terrible
bugging me
to
for it.
have to do. But would you rather be in the situation where
Literally
the
not
US,
even doing
I
it.
don't want to compare,
Sitting
but
here.
let's be honest. If you're going to look at one, let's look at the other where it costs you
I was here first.
thousands of dollars to get what you had done.
I'm a hard-working individual.
I fucking time I ever fucking called the cops. It ends up being an interrogation against me. I'm like, I'm the one who fucking called you. Fucking open the door, they're fucking with taser guns pointing at me. Like, fucking useless. SPDM, fucking useless.
I might as well be private and just pay it all the time.
Better off not calling anybody. Literally, holler. Holler for help. You are more likely to actually get help.
I'm running for the Conservative Party. I used to be liberal. And I'm on the radio and I just want to be professional. And I just remember I respect what you do. You are one of the few that I listen to that's always not biased. And you put stuff like this. I just want to tell you I appreciate what you do.
Well, and I appreciate you saying that. I think this is a discussion worth having. Thank you for the call. I mean, I got a lot of texture from people saying he's absolutely right. You know, sometimes the truth is hard to take. Yeah, it is. Doesn't mean you ignore it. It means we have to look at this and then make a decision one way or the other. And governments are starting to do this now. You have a federal government. I mean, it took a long time to get here, and they're doing it, of course, because there's an election coming up. But addressing immigration, addressing temporary foreign workers, why did it take so long? And I guess if you're the opposition, you could argue, why did we do this to begin with? When did we decide it was a good idea to take in 1 million immigrants? Did we not think that, you know, our resources here might be taxed because of that? Those are all fair arguments to make. You hate to hear someone say Canada is a joke on the international stage nowadays. I don't necessarily believe that to be the case, but I think you could make a pretty cogent argument for the fact that Canada had a better reputation maybe 15, 20, 30 years ago. We go to the phone and talk to Patrick. Patrick, what do you think?
It's Jack.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, go ahead.
Okay, so I agree with almost everything that you said.
Oh, look! Oh, he's not dying anymore! Oh, he's so happy!
Oh my God,
Who's dying?
I thought we were still on the top 5.
Hi, how was work?
When they do those surveys.
Yeah, we're number 14. We're number 14 in the world now.
You get my message?
But we still better than the States.
Yeah.
Or the dog?
And the truth is that,
Fucking dying.
unfortunately, and I don't like to be
Won't
taxed
move.
more than anyone else. The highest tax cuts in the world are actually the ones that spend. They're not necessarily the highest technology. I was just on vacation and I ran into people from Luxembourg and Germany, etc., etc. These people are taxed to the schnoz. Yet they seem happy and everything is really great, etc. So the truth is that I'm a big fan of Bill Maher. And one thing about Bill Maher, first of all, a lot of what he does is they call it a joke. But the other side is that he, to be fair, he does not always agree with the Democrats, and he is definitely not a true left. So, like you said, sometimes
He's on.
And this is one of those cases. And by the way, to your point, Canada 14th, this is last year, right? 14th on the World Happiness Index. The U.S. is 19th. So for all that's good, and again, this is, and thank you for the call, Jack. This shouldn't be about comparing Canada to the U.S. Bill Maher, was simply trying to make the point that, you know what, where you used to look at Canada as an American as they're perfect, they're polite, they're nice, they're happy, they have free healthcare. Dig into the data, and it's not perfect anymore. But it doesn't take an American to do that. It's nice that someone pointed it out because most Americans have no idea.
Hello.
He at least took the time to do the work, find the facts, and address it. But we're beginning to understand that here now for a while, right? Yeah. It doesn't take long for someone, when we do a story on healthcare, to point out, just like that last caller did, Angela did. Yeah, we have free healthcare, but you know what? If you have to wait for a hip replacement and go ahead and spend $10 or whatever $1,000 to get it done, that's unfortunately the nature of the system. It has holes in it. It's not perfect, and sadly, I think maybe fair to say, those holes are getting a little bigger than they used to be, or at least we're finding out about them more than we used to.
No, it's over next to the
It's
meter.
okay to bring that up.
Oh.
hurts sometimes, right? That's what they say, and that's the case in Canada. We're starting to do something about immigration. Can we fix it? Hope so.
No.
Yes. Is it too late? Maybe.
Ooh,
There's a lot of things to take into account here. As far as unemployment goes, let's face it, Canada. And again, I don't want to make this political. I don't have a liberal badge or a conservative badge. I'm not a gatekeeper for any party. But look at the numbers. Canada's GDP has been going down. The U.S. right now has been going up. Why are we not being able to do that? What's been the problem here?
What is your problem?
So there are things you have to look at in the mirror and go, okay, Canada's a great country. There are a couple of things we're doing that we could be doing, should be doing better. I'm late. Let me take one last call because I mentioned Patrick. Patrick, are you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead, real quick.
I got sick, was admitted to the cardiologist. Within 2 weeks, they found that it's not what my problem was. I thought it was amazing. I thought the service was amazing.
There you go.
I mean, you won't get that to see. And that's, by the way, I have a friend of mine that lives in New Mexico. He has insurance. Insurance doesn't cover everything. They have brokers that they sit there and say, okay, well, you're covered. Yeah, we'll cover you up to $2,000 to pay the rest.
Right. It's not a perfect system either way, and I'm glad it worked out for you. So you make the point that our system, as bad as it may be, or as bad as it make it out to be, when it works well, it works well. Patrick, thank you for the call. We're going to come back to this after 4 o'clock. I want to get your perspective. We get a chance to go through half the text that I got here. So thank you. Appreciate the calls. Appreciate your text. Let's go to traffic. CJD 800 Traffic Center, where I look at the roads right now. Comes from Lauren Glazer. Lauren?
Aaron, looking at the westbound side of the 20, it is tough now between Turcotte and Norman. Also delays northbound to Cary. Volume starting Sherbrooke back up to the top. Delays southbound to Cary from the top to Côte St. Catherine. A busy drive down southbound 15 between Atwater and the Champlain. Lots of off and on volume for the westbound side to Metz between Lackport Air and the Cary Interchange.
This is something.
Northbound 13, it's tough. Totally ends up the Samson. We did have an earlier stall there. Southbound 13 delays as well.
I think it's silver.
It goes with a silver.
Month. Enjoy amazing offers on the 2024 Cedar at 1500. Visit offers.ca for details. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to star 800.
No.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Let's get to our calendar for today. See what we got here for you. Oh, look at that. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is Titanic Remembrance Day. 1912. The Titanic sank on this day. Over 1,500 lives lost.
Oh, really?
I went back today to look for.
We're doing the Titanic thing again?
I mean, I was going to play the record Andy Fitzgerald. I was a Canadian. Gordon likes to put it.
What, do you always forgot?
But then I remembered from the movie, and it's amazing because if you have the time to go back on YouTube and look at the video from the movie from Titanic, they come to this. The song, the music plays over slow.
Oh my God, Celine Dion, are you serious? We're doing this?
To watch this, you forget sometimes that it's a movie and that this actually really went on as this gigantic ship was going down. So the song is called "Nearer My God to Thee" on this the day the Titanic sank in 1912.
Somebody else may.
See, you may remember the band was still playing as people were just running left and right trying to find lifeboats, evacuate. This was still going on. And as I said, it's haunting to watch this over the video. It's 1912. This is the day. In addition, today, ladies and gentlemen, is also National Laundry Day. Now,
Really?
why you need to have a specific day for laundry?
National Laundry Day.
Anyone who likes doing laundry, why would you want to have a day for it? But here we go. It is the day. Frankly, I don't know what you're supposed to do.
We're talking about big houses and whatever. And then if I had a big, I don't want a big house because I would have to clean it. And he's like, if I had a big house and the money to have it, I would have someone to clean it. Like, yeah, but I don't want to have someone in my house all the time.
I agree.
And then he's like, you know what, man? The only thing I really want, if I got money, never to have to do my laundry. I'm like, well, get your girlfriend, give her a walk-in closet room, and then she'll do the laundry.
Always.
Like, you're so poor, man. That's what you aspire to. Just not having to do your laundry.
What is this?
There you go. Dirty Laundry on National Laundry Day. Enjoy.
A little dirty laundry on National Laundry Day.
Hey, Montreal, are you ready for something truly electrifying? Then come on down and immerse yourself in the Chevrolet experience at the Montreal Electric Vehicle Show, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. You'll get a taste of the future of driving with cutting-edge Chevrolet models, such as the Equinox EV, the Silverado EV, and the Corvette E-Ray. And you can fill up on adrenaline by taking a test drive of the Blazer EV. The future is here at the Chevrolet Exhibit, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. Don't miss the year's most electrifying event.
Thinking about starting insulin? You might
Yeah, I'm thinking starting insulin.
That's how diabetes works.
insulin by endocrinologists in Canada. Its flexible dosing means you can take
I am not a diabetic.
whatever time works best for you, with at least 8 hours between doses, even right after you take
Yeah, but that's what moms are now giving their daughters, their fat daughters, making them weight.
Insulin?
Yeah.
And then they're diabetic all their life.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dan, how's life in the fast lane?
I mean, you want a fat daughter or a diabetic daughter?
No worries. We'll just watch the race on your TV. A bit of a bump in the road. I don't even have
I'm
sports
thinking
channels.
about the
Crashing. Burn, buddy. Sorry for the false start. I'm driving.
So my radio was playing,
Switch to Bell and get
and
500
Cars for
internet
Kids started. I
for
started the radio, you listen to me. I'm like, nope, cars don't drive, man. Fucking Cars for Kids is no.
We don't do the Cars for Kids first.
Switching just got better.
That and the one that guy says the time forever?
We need to wash our windows
Yeah.
this weekend.
Who's gonna be looking
No.
at our windows when our driveway looks this bad? Call Premier Sealers, like Nancy. From paving stone and asphalt repair and maintenance to decorative coatings for exterior concrete balconies and staircases to epoxy garage floors. They do it all, anywhere on and off the island of Greater Montreal. Your pavement will look so good, no one will notice those dirty windows. Find out more about it and our other services at premiersealers.com. CAA recommended. Seal you later.
You get it.
Spring is here, and it's time for a change at Mega Kia Brassard. Opt for an SUV like the Seltos, Sportage, Sorento, or the Telluride. Go to Mega Kia Brassard to get your new Kia now.
You look really, really excited when you were on stage. Like always pink and.
There are days when I tell myself I'm like the weather. I'm sure of myself.
Brett the faggoty heart.
Ha! That's not nice.
Huh?
That's not very nice.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's you.
I'll give fucking Bobby.
Oh, baby! I'm so happy I'm home.
You didn't get your sandwich back.
Huh?
Did you get your sandwich?
Did I?
Oh, you
You know me so well because I ate it on my way back.
Tricked me.
Huh?
You tricked me.
That was so starving though. Oh man.
Big fish make cupcakes. Yes, you can.
Oh yes, we can. Oh, you so on. What do you want? What do you want? But
Wow, bananas like so good.
huh?
Those bananas so good.
Oh fuck.
What? 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 Oh, fuck. Take mine. We should go through all the phones. See which one's
Done.
I You said that last time. I'll leave you.
Yeah, I did. I only had one that I did to you.
Okay, so you guys are not into bananas. Okay.
That sucks.
The girls do not like bananas. What did you do?
It was in my bag. Shouldn't bring it out at work.
Yeah, but you need to be able to call me.
No, it's the other phone.
Oh. It's already cracked though.
Yeah, but not like that. Now I can't touch it.
For your game, you mean?
Yeah.
Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Don't do that blink at me like I'm stupid.
No, I don't wanna. It's just for I'll be fine.
I'll be fine. I'll live. I'll survive.
Survive.
Here's my big phone.
I'll be fine.
Is that 100%?
It is. I want the thing underneath. Just keep stacking stuff on it. Fuck. Baby, you bring this thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What?
It's
Fly?
no. No dose?
No?
The ants.
After it?
Yeah.
That's the first one I've seen all day.
Well, that's the first one I've seen in 3 days.
Oh.
I mean, this one could have just come in by the door because some of them has wings, right?
Yeah. There's literally nothing for you to trip on except that.
I know, and I tripped on it. What is wrong with me?
I know, you're right, Jack.
But check out. Life is unfair. So wet.
What?
So wet. People need to.
What?
Read.
We draw.
Oh. Ah!
Bah! Oh. What do you want? Mama. Your food over there, man, Papa. What? A weird sounding bird?
Huh?
A weird sounding bird?
Yeah, at the beginning I thought it was Jack. Because he went over there and I thought it was him choking on something, you know, it was fucking bird.
Ooh. Getting chilly.
Yeah.
I'll close that door.
Yeah. Ah. See? Huh? Who's
Tripping.
Baby.
No one asked you.
I know that.
Jack, I don't know what you're under my feet for. You're gonna get punted. Look. Not like that.
Well, that's what's gonna happen if you're there and trying to look pretty when you're.
You're just gonna take the opportunity to punt. What?
I asked him if he was making sure the new guy was coming to pick me up in the morning because I don't want you to have to drive me all the way to NDG and.
I would.
It's a tricky place too. I don't like it. Remember that stuff?
No. No.
Hey, Jack, good dog. Remember?
What's this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Huh.
Also, yeah, the guy I was working with, Max, said that this weekend he got beat up.
What?
Because they were at a bar or whatever, and then they were drinking, they were all drunk, and then he was sitting on the couch, and the guy came behind him while he was sitting on the couch, and he grabbed him on the lock. And he's like, fuck, it hurts over here, and fucking ass. I'm like, man, this guy's a pussy. This guy's scared of you. Like, next time you see him, tell him, like, hey, you, come with me and come fight. Because that's a pussy move. It's fucking worse than a bitch slap. It's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking grab you.
I was told there's nothing worse than a slap. Most people would rather get punched in the
What I
face
do
than
with
slap.
Neil, I bitch slap him, and I was like, oh man, I'm sorry, I bitch slapped you. You know what? We're gonna do that again. Because if you don't defend yourself after I bitch slap you, you're my bitch. And you better not fucking say anything. And so he pushes me and I fucking bitch slap him and he sat on the ground and was like, okay, I'm sorry. Sarah called me the extendo slap.
The what?
I slapped Fritz, you know the guy I saw and I gave a hug?
Yeah.
He came, he was all fucked up and he, when he left, he fucking booked ass everything fell on the ground, he took a shit in the thing, didn't even flush and left. Like, well, what a, so the last time he came, the time I got up, he saw me, what you gonna do? Oh, I gave him a slap, he saw lights, and he went to sit down in the stairs for 5-10 minutes. He was like, oh my God. So, extendo slap, because my arm does this. When he goes, no! Extendo slap.
I always like Sarah a little bit more every time I hear a story about her.
She's cool.
She's pain though.
Huh?
She's pain though.
Well, yes. But I mean,
Kind of like
it's good to have her as a pain when she's a pain to others you don't like. It's great. It's seriously great.
like Lisa. She's a fucking pain.
I don't like Lisa.
I wonder.
It's not that I don't like her. It's that I don't like her.
Yeah.
I don't take any liking to her. I like you.
Yay.
What? He wants that? You give him any?
A little bit. And I went back to sleep.
I'll give you some, Jack. You mock me, sir?
No, I'm just fat. I mock myself this time. Wow. Last marshmallow. Just devour marshmallow.
So yeah, we figured out what they were talking about at this job. What they didn't like about the brick. First job of the season, my mortar was a little wetter than usual.
Okay.
So I did a little more stains than usual.
Okay.
That's just that. So he said a deal with her that so you still have some of that parching mix? I'm like, yeah, half a bag. Like, which is you surface a step in the front. She says that you're happy and she'll ignore the mess.
You took it well?
Huh?
Well, you took it well?
He took it well. I took it well too, I guess. Like it's nothing bad, but it's probably your mortar was wet. I'm like, yeah, my mortar was wet. Raining.
Not your fault.
Yeah.
Do you control the rain?
No, but I control my mortar.
Okay.
It's my mistake. But it's such a small mistake. The guy that said something probably was brickworking before.
Ah, that's why. I'm like, it's stingy.
Only the top, not the bottom. I thought it was about my repair. I was so fucking worried.
Wow.
Like, I don't care if they don't like the pointing.
Oh. Almost.
Vamos. Vamos. Nice.
Thank you.
It's more for when I watch my thing.
Keep hearing white noise.
Huh?
Keep hearing white noise.
In my game?
No, something outside. Make me crazy. It keeps going on and off.
Close the window?
No. If you want. A little bit cold in here.
Oh, I hear it. Oh. Oh.
Okay, Anne. Oh, hard.
Yeah, here I got a nail to put in the wall.
Thank you.
Oh, it's normal to be hard. Get it?
Yeah, I get it. Oh, I'm gonna keep forgetting about.
Yeah, he told us maximum leave at 3 o'clock from here if you don't want to get stuck in traffic on your way back. I'm like, yo, we're out of here at 2:30.
Well, it seems like that's what everyone's doing now. So like traffic now starts at 2:30.
At 2:30, yeah. That's why there's traffic all the time. Because people think, oh, I'm going to go after traffic. So now there's traffic all the way to 7 o'clock.
And not only that, like even at 12, because people go to lunch, so now there's like lunch rush of traffic. I'm like, I don't understand. There's just like traffic all the time.
All the time. Right? You are a dog. I'm a human. I hope you remember that.
I'm
tired. Yeah, lick your dick. That's it.
What? Oh, what?
Oh, my joint. Did I pass you that? I don't remember. Am I crazy?
Nope.
Am I crazy? It took it from me.
Bless you. Do we have no bread left? No.
Full bread thing. It's not in the drawer. I'm sure it's in the drawer.
Okay. Very complicated.
Jack, you got everything over there. You got everything over there. What's over there? What is your deal? Hey, what's your deal? Put it over there. You done? Look.
Okay. Oh. So confused with what you're doing. No.
What you got there? You got a ball? Give it to me. Give it to me. Give me your ball. Give me your ball. There you go. There you go.
What you got? It's a tough guy. What?
That's it. We're good. Help with the dog.
Thank you.
Doing that. Are you stuck on the other side because you don't know how to come back?
What are you coming to get me for?
Ow. Come at me. There we go.
Okay. You guys were all here a second ago. Rod! Oh, sorry.
What's up, mister? You're a bone again?
I'm going to the kitchen. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
I'm not getting involved in this.
Bowling like crazy. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, you have this federal government spending all-time highs, even adjusted for inflation and population growth. So, I don't think this is going to be a good budget for. I think it's going to be quite bad. I think it's going to be big deficit, big debt, big interest charges, and I'm worried there's also going to be some big tax hikes.
So we heard the Prime Minister, I guess this goes back about a week or so, again, at one of his announcements, someone asked about tax hikes, to which he said there's no plan for tax hikes for most Canadians, which of course now has created the speculation that the tax hikes that might be there will be for wealthier Canadians. Is that what you're expecting?
Well, I'm not sure, right? It's either, if you take it as word, it's either taxes on higher income earners or taxes on business. But, we've heard
That's it. He's bringing back the boat.
a grocery tax. We've heard other MPs, some other committees talk about a grocery tax. In fact, you're about this. I remember on a TV interview
Fetch!
in 2022.
Oh, look at you.
He brings back the bone.
Because
Good job,
no
mister.
price of tax is passed on to the consumer. But now we hear the government again using it.
You like to play now?
So,
You like to
just
play
because the
now?
government says a tax
Good boy.
Canadians doesn't mean that's actually the case, right? Because some of these taxes on business, well, they can do two things. One, they can
Oh my
discourage
god, after 14 years, your dog don't know shit.
Except for one person, which is Robbie. And I was so lost. Like, I still don't understand his day why. Look at you bringing back the ball. Anyway.
With respect to business, it's interesting because we know Canada's GDP has been begun to fall. We're now not anywhere near as productive as we used to be. The numbers tell us that. You'd think there might be incentive for businesses in this as opposed to penalties against them. Would that not make sense?
About a third. Good morning. Yeah. Come on.
I mean, as you said, like, it feels like Canada's economy is soaring right now. I think you ask most Canadians, and they probably say, well, Canada's economy is like holding on by a thread here. So I'm really worried, right? Because when you impact the business community, when you impact investment, when you essentially say Canada is not open for business, it's not open for success, well, that also hurts the workers, right? I mean, if we want to get people to work, we also need businesses to set up shop and be successful in Canada. So I'm really worried about the additional tax types, but you know, at the end of the day, what is leading us into
threw the dog all the way outside. He's like, oh, maybe I'll go downstairs now. He's super confused.
As you said, we can expect a deficit around $30-40 billion. Well, that was unheard of.
Didn't bring back the bone.
Remember when
Where's the bone?
he said they'd be around $10 billion.
Get the bone.
Even then, at the time, it sounded crazy.
Get the bone.
That's how he ends the game.
Massive deficit, and all
That's
that
a play.
huge chunk of the budget being eaten away because of the ballooning interest charges.
I have a couple of questions. Number one, with respect to the end of business, we know that in the U.S., right, business there is moving, retail sales are up, the economy is strong, and I know it's not necessarily fair to compare them to us, but a lot of times we looked at that and said, what are they doing that right?
Yeah, I know.
How is their economy humming along while we're beginning to suffer here?
Well, I think another interesting question is usually Canada's economy goes as the U.S. economy goes. You know, like
did I put one outside of that thing?
Maybe?
Usually when the U.S. is moving,
It's behind the. There's one behind the arcade machine.
you're probably pretty worried about the fact that the federal government might impose
If that counts as my up.
right? Like, I don't think anything's wrong besides here. Like, I think
You hit the bone?
probably going to discourage investors when you see the federal government using it
Oh, you don't play job?
on businesses.
We're all going to have to wait and see. I know, we're already set up, as we said now a couple of times, to see this this deficit basically balloon tomorrow. The question is just how big, and will there be a new tax or not, and if so, on who? Franco, I thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Franco Terrazana from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. As I said, that budget coming out tomorrow afternoon. Let's see. Coming up at 3:30, we have news for you. Coming up next, Mitch Melnick is going to be here next half hour as well. We'll talk sports. A couple of things going on, of course, over the past couple of days, including Canadian women's hockey. Big win there. And then the latest on the situation in the Middle East after the attack Saturday night, I guess it was.
Good segue.
Iran launching those missiles and drones over Israel. We'll have the Colton Pratt from
But first, sports.
That's all coming up.
Montreal Now, brought to you by Dormez-vous. When your mattress is to blame for those sleepless nights, talk to us.
Sorry, guys.
Because at Dormez-vous, we solve sleep. The time to switch event is on now.
It's 3:30. I'm Jason Maher for the CTV News Update. Here's what's making news right now. You can now drop off and pick up Kaminoto cars in Lachine, the latest borough to become part of the car-sharing system. And over the next few months, another 1,100 cars and 15 new stations will be added to the network. A coroner's inquest into the deaths of 2 volunteer firefighters during a flood rescue last May opened this morning in Namad Bay. The coroner says she will not assign blame, but will provide a better understanding of what happened. The men
Well, Namad Bay, it floods every year. That's what happened. Okay, that's what happened when 1 year a fucking swamp is dry, everybody builds in the swamp, and the next year's like, oh, I wonder why it's swampy around here. Because it's a swamp. I'm shouting it. Like out west. That might be.
It's probably like trying to rebuild.
And they rebuild, yeah.
Like, why would you rebuild there though? Why would you go somewhere else, maybe? Obviously not, like, fucking ideal building area. Well, yeah, our houses would be even in here. Like, yeah, we'll go build our house elsewhere. So much other land you can choose from.
That's a busy drive between KOPS and Samson. Again, between the 344 and 640. Westbound side of the T County is slower from after Morgan to the Ellicott Bridge. Also delays on the westbound side of the 20. They start before Ungreen up to Norman. Outbound side of the Mercier Bridge, that is now backing into Ville St. Pierre. Now until Wednesday, visit Farmer Bree for the bonus redemption event to get more.
Come back on the highway, just past beside the Charlie space.
Oh, yeah?
Did you see down a bunch of stuff on the balcony? Maybe they,
Fuck it out.
yeah.
Your Dormiva Weather Center forecast a mix of sun and cloud today, the high 14, partly cloudy, the chance of showers this evening, the low +4, and a mix of sun and cloud tomorrow, the high 12. It's 14 downtown. Your next CTV News update is at 4 o'clock.
This newscast brought to you by Electroaid, heating and air conditioning specialists for over 70 years. They service all units, no matter who put them in. 514-333-7460, electroaid.ca. Having a fire or flood in your home is devastating. Fire damage, water damage, and smoke everywhere. What you don't need is to fight with insurance companies or contractors. Ralphco specializes in full-service restorations, including the smell of smoke, damage removal, and new design and rebuilding. They also deal with the insurance company, all with one project manager to keep the work moving smoothly. Call 514-856-9993 or visit renovco.com. You can create a happier, healthier lifestyle for you and your family. L'Oréal Santé, in partnership with the MUHC, is flexible only bilingual Health and Wellness magazine, giving you breaking medical news and stories that will help you live a more active, healthy lifestyle.
Look for the amazing women of Montreal's PWHL hockey team on the front cover.
You can pick up your free copy of L'Oréal Santé magazine at pharmacies, grocery stores, and health food chains worldwide. Or read us online at l'orealsanté.com. L'Oréal Santé magazine, your guide to living well.
Feeling exhausted, stressed, or anxious? If life seems a bit too overwhelming, there's an all-natural way to calm yourself and get back to feeling energized and positive again. New Nordic's ashwagandha gummies offer an easy and tasty way to get the ideal daily dose of ashwagandha fruit extract. In clinical studies, ashwagandha has helped significantly reduce both stress and anxiety, and New Nordic's ashwagandha gummies give you all the benefits in a delicious sugar-free vegan gummy. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Loblaw, Superstore, Shonka2, and London Drugs, or online at Amazon and newnordic.ca.
London Drugs.
The light flickers and dances off your lustrous new Toyota, which charges to the sound of a cricket chirping. Wait, no, yeah, that's mosquito. Anyway, one thing's for sure, this moment isn't just a dream. It's an invitation to escape. So stop dreaming. Red Tag Days are at Toyota. Take this opportunity to shop for a 2024 Base M4X. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Quebec Toyota dealer today. Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it would be too difficult or time-consuming? Then it's time to try Babbel. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. So with just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking in a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel, language for life. Right now, Babbel is offering radio listeners 55% off their subscription. Visit babbel.com/radio. That's BABBEL.com/radio for 55% off.
While you're focused on this voice talking to you here, or here, or right here, or way over here. Desjardins Business is focused on more than 400,000 businesses around you. For over 120 years, our dedicated teams have been there for local entrepreneurs, providing guidance every step of the way.
Why over 120 years? You couldn't say like 121? Or... Like even then, at that point, you just should say over 100 years. Yeah. I'm sure that's not so.
Includes $10,000 in government rebates. Conditions apply. Visit your local Mitsubishi dealer today. The chase, the challenges, the $1 million prize, those exotic locations, and of course, that unmistakable theme music. It's a new season of The Amazing Race. Starts Wednesday at 9:30 on CTV. Because you don't want to miss a thing. Montreal Now on CJAD 800.
It's time to check in. Melnick going to talk sports as we try to every Monday at roughly this time. So, Mitch, there's a lot going on. I guess let's start with a really big story, and that is the Canadian women. This is probably the I think this is now the greatest rivalry in hockey, right? Canada's women versus America's women for the World Championship.
Canada's gonna win again.
It's
What the
one
fuck
of
you
those things
talking
where
about,
as
man?
teams got better around the world, and they're very competitive now, right? If for different teams in these tournaments. End of the day, Canada, USA. So what do you think of the game?
Well, that's one of the best games. Like, we didn't know what to expect after the 1-0 loss in the round robin portion of the tournament. But they just let it fly last night. You could not ask for a more entertaining game, no matter the circumstances, no matter the stakes. I mean, it's just phenomenal. There's so much emotion. Marie-Philippe Poulin, who hadn't scored the entire tournament. She was injured, of course, playing for Montreal in the PWHL. A lot of concern mounting. But someone with her track record, you knew she'd emerge when they needed her, and that's exactly what she did. And then she has a puck on her stick on a breakaway in overtime. You're going, okay, it's predestined that she's going to win another tournament for Canada, and she missed the net. And then the U.S. gets caught with too many players on the ice penalty.
Oh.
And at the tail end of the power play, just as the USA chance started again in Utica, Canada scored. Danielle Serdachny scored the game-winning goal on a rebound, and that was it. It was just mayhem. It was just a fantastic hockey game in terms of emotional swings. You had no idea who was going to win the game until it was won. It was like it was literally last shot wins.
I will just ask
And
the question.
what?
I did not watch the whole
guess
game.
so.
I watched maybe part of the overtime. This idea of calling a penalty for too many players on the ice, a lot of people question, is that the time to make that call?
That's such a fucking rookie beginner move.
Overtime, there's a lot more ice, right?
In the professional
It's not 5-on-5,
hockey,
so-
oh, you got too many people on the ice.
There were
What?
like too many players on the ice. It was obvious. There was not even a hint of impropriety about the call. It had to be made.
All right, last thing I will ask, and I thought of this as I was watching, how many of these girls are from the PWHL? And if not, what are their pool of talent there is for this league going forward?
Well, it's an interesting makeup because both teams had a lot of young stars on the rise. 5 members of the Montreal team in the PWHL are on that team, and we'll be getting a quick respite. And at the end of the week, of course, they've got that history-making sellout game against Toronto at the Bell Center, where over 21,000 fans are going to be in attendance. It's just as long as it's compelling, as long as the growth outside of Canada and the United States can continue, and maybe because of professional hockey, the presence of professional hockey, and more eyeballs on women's hockey, we will see some of the other nations grow their sport as well, their teams, their national teams as well, because there is no. I know Finland is competitive and Sweden at times is competitive, but there's still no match for Canada in the United States.
All right, let's shift from that into the Masters, which is, of course, what everybody waits for all year. Obviously, it was good news to see Tiger make the cut and bad news to see him finish. But any surprises here? I don't really follow golf, but I know Scotty Scheffler, name I've heard before. He's now the next big thing on the tour, so not a big surprise here.
No, it's in fact it's his second Masters, and he's doing all this. He's still years away from the age of 30. It's like it's unfair how good he's been over the last month plus. He's won 3 tournaments, maybe 4. You got the Arnold Palmer, the Players, the Masters, winning 3 of them in a month and dominating. Doing so, a lot of people, Aaron, were really. I don't know,
skeptical,
not nervous, but a little concerned that possibly the greatest golfer on the planet right now, who was running away with the Masters, may have pulled out of the Masters because his wife had gone into labor.
Which one?
Was about to go into labor. And he said specifically on Friday that he would leave Augusta if, in fact, the baby was due. And can you imagine that? Wow. And he's a devout Christian.
Well, what is he supposed to do?
Going, oh yeah, sure, it's easy to
Good luck, bitch. Like,
he would have done it.
I'm sorry, honey. I have a
golf tournament.
I'm like, okay. I'm raising that child by myself. Go to your golf tournament.
Yeah, straight up.
While he was marching towards a second consecutive Masters.
I know as well. So for Tiger,
Are you surprised?
Right? Like, are you expecting this like fucking man?
Well, I don't think he's
like even Mike
for him to
went and it wasn't even his style.
I can't see it. I don't say he'll never win a tournament again, but he's just. I mean, like you saw,
Too, eh?
but the deeper into the tournament
you got, the more he struggled. I mean, it's to see Tiger at the very bottom of the leaderboard after the cut. It's we've never seen that. I don't think we've seen that before. And then it's just he's physically, he's like he's kind of like Willie Mays. You remember when Willie Mays was playing for the Mets? Even though they were in the World Series, he was in his early 40s. It's kind of like a shell of himself. I love the fact that he's gutting it out. I love the fact that he doesn't care. He's such a competitor. And he's taking some positives from it, but I think it would be a remarkable story if he won a major again.
You know, to your point, he's so competitive. I wonder at the end of something like this, you just sit down and you begin to realize on your own, this is not like what it was 2, 3, 5 years ago. And you realize, you know what, maybe my best days are behind me. Maybe it's time to consider slowing down.
I give him a lot of credit because he shot an 82 in round 3. And I don't think anybody would have been shaking their head in disgust if he had started to withdraw at that point. But he did. And what did he shoot? 77 over the final round. So it's you know, in some way it's sad, but in another way it's memorable. That, you know, he was in the tournament, he made the cut, and he gutted it out.
All right, let me move from that into something I know absolutely nothing about. That's the Montreal Canadiens. Apparently, see the number 1 pick.
Oh, Lennox, yeah. No, it was not the number 1 pick. He was one of the top prospects in hockey. The Canadians got him where they got him in the second round because they had numerous picks and because of his stature, like physical stature. He's so small and he doesn't weigh a whole lot. He has grown since the Canadians drafted him. Lane Hudson has. He's filled out, but he hasn't filled out enough to be a regular national hockey league. He's going to put on another 12 pounds. But he's a magician with the puck, and he's something to watch. You're going to see him beginning tonight. They've made a very smart move. Apparently, he's going to play with David Savard. He's the veteran on the Canadiens' blue line, and I think most fans are waiting to see the first opportunity the Canadiens get because that's where Lane will specialize and should thrive as a quarterback. The Canadiens have not had a legitimate quarterback since this kid has got the shakes and the shakes and the pull guys out of his voice, and he's spectacular offensively. He'll need a lot of work to defend in the National Hockey League, but I know people will point to Quinn Hughes of Vancouver, similar stature, who's probably going to win the Norris Trophy. There are ways to defend in the NHL without having to out-muscle guys, because he'll never out-muscle guys in front of the net. But the Lane Hudson era that fans have been waiting for, I think it's symbolic as the Canadiens take the next step in their rebuild. Starts tonight in Detroit.
There you go. Mitch, as always, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Mitch Melvin from TSN 69. Let's have a look at the weekend in sports. And, of course, we didn't have time to mention that the New York Yankees have the best record in Major League Baseball right now.
Really?
We're at 45. We're going to in just a second, then come back on the other side. Get you the latest in the situation that took place over the weekend. Iran launching drones and missiles. I think the number I saw was over 300. And now there's the big concern because there were no injuries. I think they said there was one injury. That entire strike, if you're watching any of this on live coverage on CNN, for example. So thankfully that happened. But now the question is, what happens with respect to Israel retaliating? We'll touch on that when we come back.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I want to know how Netanyahu's going to be like Hitler or not.
Pretty nice Monday afternoon. Here is more place for more.
We're slowing now on the eastbound side of the T-can, starting before Chateau.
Because what? Israel now going to go invade Iran?
With what? Our fucking...
No, but it doesn't matter. They're fucking people until they all die, like Ukraine. Like, what I mean is, are we having another Hitler here?
Yeah, but today they had, what's his name, Boris Johnson?
Yeah.
Talking to that Vassy Capellas girl.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that Russia is super weak and don't really give it a matter of time and Ukraine will win.
Oh, wow. I don't think we have the same,
Yeah. No shit.
Same,
News fucking, that we get, yeah. Not quite the story of our day.
Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 4 o'clock.
Show 97.7 is Montreal's
Russia's weak. Even with all the sanctions we gave them over the fucking decades, they don't care. They're still there.
Hey, Nissan.
Flowers? Why? We're celebrating spring and the redesigned 2024 Nissan Sentra. It features a bold new front design and is equipped with dynamic driving technology and zero-gravity seats.
Oh, I like a bouquet of innovative features.
Nice. Lease the 2024 Nissan Sentra S Plus from $267 a month for 24 months and get a 3% rate reduction during our spring into savings event. Until April 30th, retail value of $26,917. Down payment of $2,999 on credit. Conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
Hi, do you have guided tours today?
Thank you.
Obligation. They're proud to have provided guidance and support to hundreds of families in Greater Montreal. Talk about it with your family and then reach out to Lianas, Lianas, Senior Transition Support.
Got PC Optimum points? Claire does. And shops the bonus redemption event at Pharmacy to get more free stuff for her points. If I redeem 100,000 points, I'll get $140 off. That's an extra $40 in value. I see a treat in my future. Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs April 12th to 17th in store and online. Exclusive to Pharmaproof. It's your chance to get more free stuff for your points. And free is good. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Montreal, are you ready for something truly electrifying? Then come on down and immerse yourself in the Chevrolet experience at the Montreal Electric Vehicle Show, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. Get a taste of the future of driving with cutting-edge Chevrolet models such as the Equinox EV, the Silverado EV, and the Corvette E-Ray. And you can fill up on adrenaline by taking a test drive of the Blazer EV. The future is here at the Chevrolet exhibit, April 19th to 21st at the Olympic Stadium. Don't miss the year's most electrifying event.
Wednesday on CTV, there's a new panelist on The Masked Singer about the incredible and all new secret superstars.
Behind the mask.
Get into a new episode of The Masked Singer, Wednesday at 8, only on CTV. Bringing you the breaking news and the people making it. Montreal Now with Aaron Rand, CJAD 800.
3:50 on this Monday afternoon. I want to get the latest on the situation in the Middle East now, of course, after the weekend, with Iran sending well over 300 either drones or missiles over the skies into Israel. The question now becomes what happens next. Colton Prale is a CTV News Ottawa correspondent. He is on the line. So, Colton, I guess, to be fair, the Iranians have said this is it for now. I think that message came fairly early on Saturday night. The question now becomes, as I said, what does Israel do? And it doesn't seem to me, from what I'm reading, anybody really has an answer to that yet.
No, even Israel right now doesn't have a public answer for that. They've met their war cabinet the last 2 days in a row trying to determine what that response will be. It's getting more clear, but we still don't have a specific answer of what the retaliatory strike is going to be. It likely will be a strike. However, that's what's new today. The IDF chief of staff was at the airbase that sustained minor damage in that Iranian missile attack, and he said, "We are considering our steps, but so many missiles, cruise missiles, cannot be launched into the state of Israel. They will be met with a response." This is the IDF coming out and saying, despite the calls from Western allies, 7 nations for consideration and deliberation and perhaps cooler thoughts to prevail,
military retaliation for what happened here. And it's important to note that what happened here in a vacuum is unique. This is a situation where for decades there has been some sort of shadow war essentially going on between Israel and Iran. The strike that started all of this on the Iranian consulate in Syria and Damascus that killed 7 military members, 2 of them top IRGC generals, including the top in Syria, happened at a diplomatic institution. That was unique, but strikes of that nature aren't uncommon. What's very unique about this entire situation is this is the first time since 1979 we're seeing Iran directly attack Israel rather than through proxies. This was nation state to nation state, and that specifically is what's drawing so much ire across the political spectrum in Israel. It's essentially a changing of the unpredictables of the conflict that they are in. Now you're seeing drones, you're seeing missiles being launched from one state to the other, and that's what they're hoping to respond to. That's also why there's so much concern from Western allies, because the scale of this response could be disproportionate compared to what's been done in the past.
And it's also worth noting, right, in that region, in that part of the world, geopolitically, there's so much to take into account here beyond just what the, I guess, the level of Israel's response is going to be, because there are other Arab nations who've shown antipathy towards Iran as well, right? And the idea is if they're kind of on your side now, do you really want to take the chance and then have them come out and say this should not have been done? There's a lot to have to take into account here.
Absolutely. There's civilians on both sides of this. You know, in the past, these proxies have been brought through military groups backed by Iran, and usually Israel striking targets, military targets, specifically scientists. The Iranian nuclear program. That's been how this has gone, to potentially resort to a strike that could impact civilians on both sides. Iran did it this weekend, and Israel, in a response, that is a significant escalation, and that is particularly concerned because of, as you mentioned, not just the neighboring ties of the country, but even on a wider geopolitical lens. You know, Iran is heavily backed by Russia, but also by China as well. They have a huge oil export to China. It's going to have significant monetary impacts on markets around the globe if these two powers were to enter a wider war, if there was to be a wider regional war as well. And so the concerns aren't necessarily just, you know, will Jordan side with Israel, for example, that's expected, or what will Iraq do given there's such a large military presence from the U.S. in Iraq? You know, those are questions, but the much bigger question is what happens with the larger global powers and how do they sort of fit into any potential larger We're seeing so many calls for de-escalation despite the unprecedented nature of the attack that Iran launched. It's why you're seeing the G7 talk about possible new missile sanctions on Iran. It's why Melanie Jolie said, take the win. Biden said, take the win. It's also why you're seeing John Kirby come out and distance the U.S. a little bit from Israel. You're saying, you know, whatever decision they make is not going to be something that the U.S. is involved in. They will not participate in a retaliatory strike, but they will be there to continue defending Israel.
Yeah, interesting you bring up the U.S., of course. Yes, there's that warning from them about, you know, basically ratcheting tensions up by, in fact, striking back. But we also found out that during that attack, Americans were involved, right, in deflecting some of those and taking some of those drones, et cetera, down. Their Air Force was there as well.
Very heavily. The UK was there, Jordan was there, the US was involved. In the US case, for example, they had ships in the Red Sea that were involved in the defense, as well as an Air Force element to the defense. The Jordanian Air Force was heavily involved in this. And this is a second part of the consideration.
I burned my toes!
The Iron Dome was very successful in eliminating the vast majority, over 95%
fucking smoke alarm's gonna go off.
Missiles and drones.
Oh, that thing's already done.
They received a lot of support prior to those missiles
I'm dead.
even entering Israeli airspace.
Well, no, it's happened already.
And there is obvious political concerns that if Israel does launch a particularly drastic retaliatory strike, they could risk jeopardizing their relationship with those same allies who were so.
Well, it didn't go yet because it's going to go.
I guess the other consideration, we know there are factions within the Israeli government, very hardline factions, as much as they have some they have to go ahead and respond. It's going to be very interesting to see because, as you said, all the G7 leaders have basically come out and said the same thing. You mentioned Melanie Jolie, that line, take the win, to see what the Israeli cabinet ends up deciding to do here and whether they risk stabilizing whatever there is in that region right now in terms of peace, which I use that word, advisedly. But you kind of wonder if and when this would happen, because typically when these things happen, the reaction is fairly quick.
And that's what's really, really interesting, is because a lot of the rumoring right now has been that the reaction will be imminent. Daniel Agari is a rear admiral for the IDF, is a very public spokesperson for them. I said this afternoon that they will do, quote, all that is necessary at the time we choose. It's really interesting. So part of what we've seen from those Western allies is saying, maybe wait. If you wait just a little bit, it's expected that Israel will respond, but does it need to be right now?
All right. Very much an ongoing situation and one that we'll be keeping our eye on. And yes, Canada, you mentioned on your show, Canada has already weighed in on this, so in case people are wondering. Colton, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, there you go. As I said, if this situation changes, because it could, we'll
Why
certainly
would you do
that. But for now,
Why would you just
It's so dumb.
we're
It's
going
so
to have
dumb.
to see what Israel plans to do in retaliation, if it does anything. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back after news and talk to James Benny. Don't know if you heard what Pierre said.
And that wall.
Pierre Plamondon had to
Was
say
it over here?
weekend.
Yeah.
But
There was a wall all the way here.
a referendum, if they were
Cut it.
going to win, was not
But if
top
you
of
cut it.
mind or top of their agenda.
Because they want to keep it plugged.
Play a little bit of that clip from their gathering over the weekend with Bossy. Pierre Plamondon just basically laid it on the line and said, look, this government, if we get in, right, the PQ, it is a guarantee that they will in fact call a referendum. And I think he used they used the reference of before the end of the decade, which I found interesting because there's an election in 2026 provincially, right? So does that mean if the PQ were to win in 2026, they have a 4-year window to consider a referendum, or that they would do that on day one of winning?
The squirrels there?
So we'll talk, by the way, later in the
Squirrels,
show.
are they there?
About that. It's funny because I remember talking about a week or so ago, and I said to Jean-François Lisée,
My squirrels, are they there?
previous leaders of PQ, when it's been about a referendum, have always shied away from talking about it until the last minute, because they knew that they weren't going to necessarily win.
Did you play with the balls?
Didn't want to
No,
upset anybody
not
or
interested.
have people be anxious that they would do it.
Not even a bit.
Plamondon has completely rewritten that playbook. He said, hey, I'm doing this, and I'm talking about it now. I'm not going to hold off on this until later. Doing it.
Wait, walk away.
About that as well. Stay with us. That's all we're doing.
The chemicals? The are you seizing?
I just hold it right.
Oh.
Featuring original guitarist Steve Stevens. Friday, August 16th, Bell Center.
Where did I put my army sweater?
I threw it back in the other room.
Where there?
On sale Friday, April 12th, 10 a.m. at eventco.ca. Billy Idol Live. Be there.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal News Talk Radio, CJAD, iHeart Radio Station.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Jason Maher for the CTV News Update. A chance of showers this evening.
That's from my
It's
girls.
14 downtown. Weather details in
Not
minutes.
bad.
Here's what's making news right now.
When they come back.
Montreal's getting
When they come back.
car-sharing vehicles. The price of gas is about to jump. And just how old is that coffee you're drinking? With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Laura Lee.
We do have a pretty slow drive northbound to Cary now from Sherbrooke up to the top. Also delayed southbound to Cary to the top to St. Catherine. Southbound 15, that is busy between Delaware and the Champlain for the westbound side of the 20. You're losing time before Ongrenio to Norman, now before St. Cabasel and Dale Row. Also delays on the westbound side of the Met between Vio and the Cary interchange.
Westbound side of the Met.
Drive also on the westbound side of the T-Can, volume there between Morgan and the Illicourt Bridge. Benefit reminds you that when you insure your commercial vehicle with good people, you'll shift your business into fifth gear. Benefit, compare us, it's worth it.
Can I make some special coffee?
15 minutes on CJED.
With cream.
Your next report at 4:15.
Yeah. I thought you meant
Espresso? Yeah, I can do that.
service will be available in Lachine for the first time.
If you make a big call, I'll have something going on already.
Family relied heavily on community cars.
For us, it just we were able to raise our two kids, going to the
Golden Mom?
Yeah. Is that cold?
sometimes taking a cab, sometimes taking the bus or the train.
Don't they look cold?
Huh?
We're doing moving.
That's why.
Expected jump at the pump is thanks to a switch made twice a year between summer and winter blends of gasoline. Canadians for Affordable Energy President Dan McCaig says the increase is expected by Wednesday or Thursday latest.
Well, it'd be along higher by 0.7 cents a liter. So if you're paying $1.75 today, that number would then lead us to roughly in the neighborhood of about $1.82.
McCaig says there's not a concern that Iran's attack on Israel will cause any further price jumps in the short term. He added that while this is a normal increase, we'll see a decrease of about 7 cents a liter for the same reason around mid-September. I'm Don Kagan Fleming.
Out-of-town parents of premature babies now have a place to stay near the Maisonneuve Rosemont Hospital. The center offers shelter to parents who live more than 55 kilometers away. Accommodate 3 families at a time at a cost of $10 a night, and allows parents, especially in cases of C-sections, to limit their travel between the hospital and home. Donald Trump's legal team has failed to get the judge presiding over his hush money trial to recuse himself.
He's literally giving shit to the judge. And there was something about like his son's graduation.
About the case being intense, expressed bias or violated Trump's
Like he wanted to get the day off for his son's graduation, and then the judge was like, "I'll think about it."
Off a request by the former president to attend his youngest son's high school graduation May 17th, saying if the trial sticks to schedule, he'd be willing to take the day off, but it depends on where the trial is. At criminal court in Manhattan, I'm Julie.
Ways to protect coffee plants, 7-inch trace back their engines.
Because no one go to court and they give you a court date. Then they're like, okay, like they take like 5 minutes to talk all between them, to find a date that is okay with all of them, and then they ask you last. So is that date okay for you, sir? Just say no. Well, they'll have to redo the whole 5-minute thing to find another date. You just say no, that don't work with me.
For whatever fucking reason.
Yeah, for whatever fucking reason. You just say no, another date.
That's stupid.
The journal Nature Genetics. I'm Jackie Quinn.
For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CKAD 800 CTV News. Update is at 4:30.
This newscast brought to you by Busted Move Moving. Are you moving soon? Looking for honest and reliable movers? Check out Busted
What?
The chair? Not for me.
Stop doing that. I'm gonna break it. And you're gonna be pissed. I'm gonna laugh. It's gonna hurt your butt. Sciatic nerve.
Lots of people are taking care of their gardens. They're getting all ready for spring. They're going to use all that rain we saw is setting up the beautiful flowers to come from May. Overnight tonight, we do have a slight chance of showers, but I took a look on our futurecast, and it looks like Montreal will not be affected. So we'll be seeing partly cloudy skies overnight with a low of 4 degrees. Tomorrow, we're starting the day off with plenty of sunshine. In the afternoon, we see a little bit more clouds mixed in there, and we're looking at a high of 12 degrees. That's right around where we should be this time of year. Mostly sunny skies for Wednesday, also looking at a high of 12. And just because I'd like to share some relevant information for the rest of the week, well, we do have a slight chance of showers on both Thursday and Friday, but it doesn't look like it's going to be significant. So we're only calling for periods of light rain around 5 millimeters is what we're expecting.
Not the end of the world. All right, nice and mild, or at least where it's supposed to be, as you said, Lauren, this time of year. We'll take it.
Exactly.
Thanks so much.
No problem.
All right.
Take care.
James Benny coming up next.
James Benny, brought to you by Gilbert & Daughter, where thousands of new spring items are coming in all the time. Gilbert & Daughter, 49 Dunnigan in Montclair.
What the city is talking about. This is Montreal Now on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
No idea what you're saying.
Montreal Gazette. So, Jim, I guess we'll start with PSPP, getting everybody worked up at the big game confab a couple of days ago. I want to play a tiny little clip of what he had to say. We'll go from there, Brian.
Nous vivrons bel et bien un troisième référendum sur l'indépendance du Québec. C'est désormais une certitude.
Oh, fuck me.
Jim. A certitude. That's going to happen.
Third referendum?
What do you think?
Well, you know,
When did the second one happen?
The news story, whether it's political or otherwise, is why. And I'm still scratching my head over why, 2 years away from anything resembling a test of the PQ's popularity and its credibility, that Monsieur Secretary Candid has decided to throw down so hard and so clearly grabbing the text of his speech, of his address to his audience, from the homework scribbler of Francois Legault. It's not just Legault anymore who's saying that, Quebec is under siege, it's under threat. The federal government, the federal regime will erase us. It is going to, eliminate Quebec. We are done with this federal regime. Our population is dwindling. We have no choices. Never made clear, by the way, how separation is going to address what is the fundamental issue for Quebec's future, which is its dwindling so-called, quote-unquote, native population. But all that said, why would someone who thus far has played his cards so well commit what, as far as I'm concerned, is a major gaffe? Remember, St. Candid does have a sense of drama, but he also knows how to troll just a little bit. Remember the big dog and the pony show over the loyalty oath to the queen or the king? And he kept on saying, I am not going to swear any oath of allegiance to the King of England, blah, 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 blah. And he kept repeating the King of England, and he knew that it's going to resonate in the region, in Catalan, because there, even though the Oxford-educated St. Pierre Candid knows perfectly well the reason that politicians in this country swear an oath to the monarch is not because Charles is the King of England, it's because, whether you think it or not, he is the King of Canada and the head of state, and that's why politicians are obliged to swear that oath in most cases. Now, for him to turn around this...
Because we are part of the Commonwealth.
Yeah!
So, King Charles is King of Canada.
I'm getting a little scared that, when your caucus meetings can also double as a bridge, I think there's not a lot of fresh data being processed.
Because there was the neighbor chick who was doing the same thing where she didn't want to wear an oath because she was made of. But man, I find it very difficult to believe, A, that St. Candid can sustain this level of hysteria for the next 2 years, and B, anybody by the end of those 2 years will still be interested in what he has to say.
Well, here's the thing, right? So you come out and you act this way, which is very different. I just mentioned this earlier on about having talked, I think it was to Jean-François Lisée about a week or so ago about this. The idea that up until now, whoever was heading the PQ would kind of leave this whole referendum story right till the very end. You didn't want to have to talk this up because
it was the R word.
He's rewriting this playbook, Jim, and I wonder if at some point when we start to see polling on this, right? People hearing him speaking this way who suddenly will simply say, oh, wait a second, no, that's not what I want, if he starts to see his numbers fall off.
Yeah, right.
It's entirely possible. In fact, I think it's quite likely. I'm not sure if it's going to happen in time for the next survey, which I'm guessing is going to drop maybe this week or next. But certainly, he didn't stop some...
That's exactly it, though. It's like, it doesn't really matter. It's like 1 week you say one thing, next week you say next thing, people flip-flop that fast.
Because they want to have a separate Quebec, because they want to realize the dream of sovereignty.
Oh, it's only because Alberta was like, yo, well, what if Alberta wants to separate? And Canada was like, no.
Who saw, enemies under every rock. Saw adversaries and threats everywhere. They want someone who's kind of normal. And I hate to say it this way, Aaron. There's people out there, and maybe some of our listeners as well as Anglos out there who think that no matter what they say or do, those Frenchmen in Quebec, they're all separatists. Okay? And
What? Fuck you.
It's not true.
I'm not a fucking separatist. There's a lot of people like me, you know that? There's a lot of people like me. Fuck this guy. It's because of you that people think that everybody's fucking separatist here. Go fuck yourself, sir. I'm very, very, very.
Hey, you're really upsetting the dog.
I'm sorry, Jack.
It's okay, Jack.
What we got?
Back in the 80s, they're not the same people, you know, who were cheering Jacques Parizeau in 95. Okay, those days are not. People back want to move forward, and what we saw this past weekend from Poste Inter Clamandon was basically him quite deliberately hitting the clutch, throwing the party's reverse, and hoping he doesn't drive over his own foot.
By the way, this is the same, policy of your Clamandon who's very much aware, Jim, that, support for sovereignty, and we've said this a million times, still roughly 33, 35%. What would lead you, knowing that's the case, to go and do something with this?
As I say, I'm still scratching my head over it.
Yeah.
Maybe you know something that I don't, but quite frankly, every indicator, and this is transcended whatever transformations we've gone through in terms of the political landscape, whether it's Patriots versus liberal, or the CAC versus everybody, or PQ resurgence simply because the CAC is so bloody awful. It is not an issue, and I hate to say it this way. But that 30 to 35% is going to dwindle. That 30 to 35%, let's face it, that's clear channel. And that demographic tends to be, it's way out of existence. Young people have no taste for something.
Is that you? I'm gay.
To a certain extent, yes. The legal PQ is handcuffed to the party's faith on that. But as you quite rightly mentioned, in the past, leaders have been talking about, my God, decades. Leaders of the PQ have managed to finesse their way around that, actually provide good government, and avoid the whole issue of sovereignty, just to saying the usual catchphrases, paying the lip service to the cause, even though they know that it would not, that it wouldn't fly. And I got to tell you, Eric Jane was, of course, asked for his opinion on this today. And here is a very interesting point: that why is Monsieur Clamandon touting the idea of a third referendum when the previous two referendums were held and lost?
I didn't know there was a second referendum.
No, that's what I said. What was the second one?
Because, if you ask, anybody about what the referendum is, it seems like they all have the same response. No, referendum, there's no point, it was fixed either way.
Up until now, I mean, the PKP thing was PKP.
Like, saying referendum is like saying, the R word. And how much there's no point in talking about it because it was such a waste of everybody's time. And everybody was unhappy with it.
I don't see the plus side for him. And I guess we'll see the next press conferences. If he calls a press conference to discuss item A or topic A, everyone's still asking about what were you thinking? That'll be an indication as well. But was it a lapsus? I don't think so. I think it was if it was a murder. It lasted for 25 minutes. I think there may be more than that.
All right, let me move on to this other story. Just when the government might have thought they had all their deals settled, turns out the FIC, the nurses union, has said not so fast, not happening.
Well, this is what gets me, because we're looking at the FIC, which is the largest nursing union. Excuse me, go back. But the fact of the matter is, their bargaining committee had said, listen, so the best thing we can get, we recommend that you accept it. The rank and file rejected it by 61%, by a margin of 73% in the regions, because the idea of mobility, the idea of managers being able to reassign nurses from one hospital to the other in some regions, that's